What's up? Happy Friday. It is Friday. And next week, next week's a short week. It's great. What's up, Randy? What's up, nobody? How are y'all tonight? Yeah, I'm excited. Next week's a 3-day week. I like it. I like it. So I don't know if everybody saw the messages, right? Saw the announcements? Oh, nice. Nice. So you got a 2-day week. That's even better. Um oh, and yeah. So guess what? Guess what? I got taken in uh yesterday? I think it was. I think it was yesterday. And I not the principal, just into the teacher's office. It was it was quite entertaining actually. But but uh but I got the extra dollar, so thanks. You know how he got it though? You know how he got it for me? He bitched during his review. That's how I got it. All I could do was laugh. he, he was like, I had to wait for the perfect opportunity and everything to line up. And he was like, I was in a bitchy mood. I was being pissy. And he was like, this is horseshit. And I was like, okay then. Yeah, I will never have an issue with him at all. And I told him that too. I said, look, because he was like, "Are you happy?" And I'm like, "It's not about me being happy or not. I'm like, what you got to understand is, it's about decisions in the future. Like, what decisions are made here, what gets offered here, helps shape my future decisions when it comes time to make other decisions." I'm like, the only reason I haven't like up and just like said, fuck it, I'm moving back to the East Coast is because I actually like this job. Other than that, I probably would have just already said, fuck it, I'm going back to the East Coast. Not gonna lie. And he's like, no, no, I understand. I get it. And I was like, it's not about whether I'm happy or upset. It's literally about how this is gonna shape my decisions in the future. That's all. And I was like, but just know I will never blame you for any of those decisions because I know they're not yours. But yeah, I did get it, which is nice. Because I was like, it's not like I'm asking for what the lead was getting paid before he left or what they were offering him, but yes, yep. Which was what I was kind of expecting after you had left, to be honest. At least that. But then they undercut me, and I was like, no. I'm like, I'm like, I know what they offered nobody. Like, please. I know what they offered before he moved on. Like, I'm not asking for that much, but by God, don't shortchange me here. Like like you might be pinching pennies, but you ain't pinching my pennies, buddy. But sadly, that's what has to be done, unfortunately. And it's probably only going to get worse next year, which is fun. I can't wait for the cost of goods to go up. It's going to be great. That's going to be a fun experience next year. Well, the next few years. But anyway. Oh, I know it will. Look, I know the game. I play the games. It's fine. I'll throw down. I have no problem with that. And that's saying I'm even still there the next year. Who knows? I know. I know what to expect next year. But again, that's saying I'm there that by the end of next year. It kind of is what it is. Like I'm not in a rush to get out, but at the same time it's like I'm not like trying to like I'm not motivated to stay, if that makes any sense. Like my bills are being paid, it's fine. If I was that desperate, I'd be hitting y'all up, be like, "Come on, let's channel goals. Let's make some." No, I'm just joking. I wouldn't. No, I'm good. I need y'all to keep y'all's money. Way I look at it is I should make enough at work, pay my bills. That's my worry. Anything extra is just nice. Maybe one day, I'll actually be able to put some back. That'd be real fun. But either way, I don't know if anybody saw the announcements. Randy probably didn't, but the new streamer bot just released today. So that's fun. That's fun. And I messed up the page, so I have to fix the damn page. I'm a little annoyed at that. I messed up I messed up the page. Like really bad. And I need to fix this too. Yeah, apparently all my images came out not good. So I have to fix it. Clone repo. Can't start. Yeah. Why can't you start a linter? What the heck? Why is the linter? Oh. I don't need any of that. Okay. I was confused for a second. Oh, I don't want to open folder. I want to clone repo. Clone from Git. Yes, allow. That's good. The good bonus. The good bonuses. I bet it's better than the bonuses you were getting before. I'd guarantee it, actually. I would guarantee it. All right, what? Your streamer bot's up to date. Did you update today, Randy? Is that what you're saying? You updated today? Oh, I don't want desktop. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's so many like um there's so many updates, like features and stuff in it. All right, getting started. Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. I don't know why what in the I don't know why I was trying to pull up the linter, but whatever. Wow. Yeah, that's very nice. One day. All right, so guide, right? Crap, where the hell is this? Oh, good God. Pay attention. Okay, so Linux. So what were all these? What was this image? Everything's get started. So assets. I think that's where I screwed up. Eh, an attitude? Why would somebody have an attitude? Yeah, I really screwed this up. I screwed the pooch on this one. Gotta have a little sass, right? A little sass keeps it entertaining. I can't believe I really did not realize. God dang it. How did I screw that up? Assets, blah, blah, program. There we go. Of course, Whip would update this. Why? God dang it. What did he update? Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. Come on, Whip. Linux and Mac OS. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I don't have to do this anymore. True, true. I realized my errors here, right? And I was in the middle of fixing it. And then I saw in the Discord where Whip fixed it. I'm like, God dang it, I was in the middle of fixing that. Right? God dang it. I'm waiting for it to build now, so I'm like, he's got it deployed. There we go. Yeah, it's fixed. There we go. God dang it. I didn't realize where I had screwed it up until I just like looked at it, but this needed the Linux and Mac OS, which he fixed. Really? Did he put MacOS? He put MacOS. I'm about to give him shit. Yeah, it's supposed to be Mac OS, but it reads like MacOS. He separated it here, but then then he's got it all like one word here. Yeah, I had to put together this guide because in the new StreamerBot update, there's now experimental, unsupported, but possible running StreamerBot and Mac OS next, or now, or whatever. So I finally put all this together, and since it launched today, Whip deployed my documentation, but I had screwed up with the images. But that's fine. At some point, I need to figure out if I can get WebView 2 to work in Whiskey or not. But this all looks good. We're good. We were kind of like, everybody's kind of like slowly chipping in to update the documentation because of the new release today. So with new features comes all the questions. All right. Did I even bother looking at this, or is he looking at view required? Let's see. Got 2 commits, files changed, start methods, get commands. This all looks good. Bits badge here. Triggered when announcement is. Oh, okay. He had to. Okay, he had to make that look pretty. He had to make that look pretty. This looks good. Message deleted. Here, 1, 2, 3. Share it in the chat. All right. Share chat source. Twitch user banned. There's so much crap. Timestamp, Twitch ID. Created at. Okay. I'm assuming this is all the same. User unbanned. Untimed out. Title. Share chat. Okay. Let's approve. Update branch. Obviously, that did not get updated with the other pull request. What's up, TD? How are you? Uh-oh. Was that Oh, not too bad. I was trying to fix my documentation and then Whip came in and full like got it. And then I was reviewing this and apparently I missed that. I was like, "Oh, everything looks good," but apparently there was a version tag that I missed. These all say 2.5. Ah, I missed the version tag 2.4. Those two. The wild capitalization, the proper way to do it. Oh, you know, you got to have fun when you do documentation, right? Everybody has their own like view on different things. Like like one person um like this to me looks really kind of weird, but this looks good. But other people like, "No, this looks better." And this looks weird. So everybody has their own different like takes on it. But I can I mean technically I can undo this. Let's discard changes. And then go into my GitHub. Not this one though. Repos. All right. Sync fork. Update branch. Fetch from remote. All right, let's sync those changes. Oh God. Oh, we're about to have a debate about that capitalization stuff. That's what's about to happen. All right, let me fix those tags. What pages were those? I don't even remember what pages. God dang it. It was 2 added pages. Twitch shared chat. Right? User untimed out. Shared chat, Twitch. So triggers, Twitch, shared chat. And then it was unbanned, untimed out. Zero 0.25, 25, 5, 25. Let's see. Fix this while I'm thinking about it. So under description. Add tag. Okay. Oh, cancel. Fixed tags on shared chat. Yes, stage, sync changes. Let's not behind the upstream, obviously. Create a pull request. Fix tags on shared chat. Boom. There we go. All right. Love documentation. See, we work together to knock stuff out. Just like that. Changes approved. See, this is how this is how documentation gets done. And then once it's merged, it will all be updated here. Sweet. All right, I'm done. I'm done in Visual Studio Code. Unless we want to do something else. I don't know. What are we doing tonight? That's a good question. Oh. Oh, I'm disappointed. Whip said I thought Whip said he was going to change the Mac OS, like the Linux channel to say Nick's Boys. He didn't. He just put Linux dash Mac OS. I'm sad. I'm sad. He didn't follow through. All right. All right, we are good. Let's pull this back up. Make sure we are good. Installation. Oh, I should have fixed that. God dang it. I can't, yeah, no. I got to fix that. That's going to drive me nuts. I can't do it. I can't stare at that and be okay with that. What do you mean this is one commit ahead? Oh, because it's still on the. Has it not updated for the. Did he not merge? God dang it. Okay, fine. I will. Actually. God dang it. I can't do that. Hmm. Screw it. We'll squash and merge. And then I'll fix that. I thought he had closed the pull request. No. Okay. Sync fork. Discard one commit. We're up to brand. We're updated. Now, fetch from remote. Why is this 2 commits ahead? What the hell just happened to that? Hmm. God dang it. I broke it. No, I never look at Civs because it's never really been my type of game. If I'm being honest. God dang it. I'm gonna have to reclone this. Oh no. I fucked up my repo. Do I have GitHub desktop? I do. Local repository. Gotcha. Bert change it. Um, yes. Check out. Thank you. Seriously? Oh, okay. I have all these. That's right. Oh, this is so annoying. Oh. Holy shit. Yeah, that's kind of. The only thing I don't have, though, is the 4070. Okay. Okay. I'm only going to mess this up even more. I hate to do this, but this is what's going to have to be done. Because this is just going to be a lot easier to do it this way. No, they've since fixed those. At least from what I understand. It was a firmware problem, a bug in the firmware that, as far as I'm aware, they've since patched. Okay, let's delete this. All right, I need to delete this repository because gotcha. Hmm. Hopefully they don't do AMD socket stupid crap. Okay. Let's fork this now. At least this way I know I have this a fresh one that I didn't screw up. Clone from GitHub. Yeah, I ain't in all that. Yeah, I think these days AMD is kind of the way to go, but at the same time, I'm just not a big fan of AMD socket. At least not how they secure the socket. Then again, I haven't checked out the newer sockets either, so. Okay, getting started. Installation. Oh, this is some of his. Gotcha. Because I know my i7 socket is there's no pins, which I like. But the AM4, it's only held in with like the the little metal arm, which obviously if you're not careful removing your heat sink, it can cost you a lot of money because you have to replace the damn thing because you bent all the pins. Okay, so they did. Okay, so they changed it on AM5 because I know the AM4s. I absolutely hate those. What's the Streamlabs desktop shared chat? Gotcha. Yeah, that was one thing I liked about my Intel is I knew I didn't have to worry about. Oh, gotcha. All right, get rid of these extra spaces because that's gonna drive me nuts. Let's see. All right, fixed. Yeah, I don't even know how we got double version. I guess that was there and I missed that was there when it was supposed to be up there. I would love. I don't think there's any way I can fix that Mac OS thing. I think that's the way he calls it. Installation. Get started. Installation. Oh, so he capitalizes the first letter in the process. Okay, so that's on the back end sort of deal. I see how he does that. So there's nothing I can do about that. God dang it. All right. So what's up, Has Muffins? 5 stream streak. Holy crap. What are y'all doing with the stream streaks? Like y'all know there's better things to do, right? Well, okay, so uh I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so just in case anybody was wondering, so when an update rolls out, right? If if you think that you should update right before you go live, right before you stream, this website is for y'all. Should I update right before stream? This will give you your answer. You know, because it sounds like a grand idea, right? To take a version change, correct? You're going to change versions of a program that has a ton of changes in it. and you're going to update it right before you go live without testing things, right? Sounds like a wonderful idea. Absolutely, Muffins. The answer is all updates are important. Right. It sounds like a phenomenal plan, right? That's what we should do. Like before you stream, you should make sure you have OBS updated and you should have StreamerBot updated and anything else updated, right? And then you hit the live button without any testing. Because that's the only way that you can be considered a true streamer. Otherwise, you're just a professional person that talks into a camera and has like your whole life mapped out and planned for whatever god awful reason, and you aren't a true streamer. True streamers don't care. They update right before, don't test anything, and then go ask why their stream is like why their stuff's broken. That's what a true streamer does. So if you do that, you are a true streamer. Just know. Just know. You know, I'm wondering, should we pin this site? I mean, it's up for, you know, I may even just like pay for the renewal for this domain, to be honest. Do we even I thought we had it pinned. I know we had is it safe to update OBS? I guess we don't have that pinned. Maybe we should pin it. You know, this was a fun little piece to build too. As simple as this looks, this was actually a pain in the ass. It's not even mobile friendly. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll fix this to be mobile friendly one day. Cuz you know, people be using updated software from their phones. All right. Anyways, I got a kick out of that. I just happened to see that in the Discord. I was like, "Really?" Like, that's funny. Oh, I got to see what Whip's saying. Was that? I swear. What in the world? Resub. Last comment. Right. trying to figure out this. Yeah, I'm done touching the documentation. Like I'm just I like there's no explanations or anything. It's just like, "Oh, why is this?" I'm I'm not touching anything else. I'm done. That PR can sit there. To add, the best time to update your stuff is right after you finish streaming. I maybe I should. Maybe I should. That would be fun. But yes, the last statement was definitely me because my stream's always broken, so that's why I put that. But that's my niche, like straight up. So anyway, I'm done with Visual Studio Code can be closed. One of these days, like more explanation or elaboration will happen, but I don't know. Keep hoping for it, but I don't know. Yeah, yeah. One of these days. See, like I I like working with others. I do like with code and documentation and stuff. You know, when there's a commonality and there's a goal and there's communication and stuff. And then there's times I'm just like, why did I even open this? So, anyways, I'm trying to breathe. Anyways, your code for school or just code in general? I have so many projects I need to work on. It's not even funny, and I have zero motivation to do them. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I want to redo my stream. I want to make it more multi-stream friendly so I can like, maybe eventually multi-stream. I need to work on the Apple Music thing. I need to get all my package stuff together for StreamerBot to be able to start releasing all that. And I have zero motivation to do any of it. Yeah, I don't I don't know if I would call it paralysis though. Yeah, it's not even that. Like if I'm like I'm trying to say it without saying too much. But between the stuff that I have going on IRL and then my experiences online as of late, I have lack of desire and motivation to do any of it. Like things that used to push me and drive me, now that the curtain has come unveiled, don't push and drive me anymore. And it's really hard because I like doing what I do, but when you see what's actually it's like no, like the Wizard of Oz, right? Like the wizard is cool and all that. Like he can motivate you. He is freaking awesome, right? And then you find out he's just a man behind a curtain. And then there's that disappointment afterwards. Like you can't unsee that. You can't go back to the wizard being cool and awesome and this mystical being, right? All powerful being. All he is now is just a man behind the curtain. It you can't put the genie back in the bottle. You can't. Yeah, right. And that's where I struggle because I look at the illusion being gone, and it makes it real hard to find the motivation, which is tough. It is so tough because even though the illusion is gone, and um, even though the illusion is gone, the enjoyment is still there, but I'm having to find new reasons for the enjoyment. So therefore, right now, I have not found new reasons. So it's kind of a over analysis paralysis, like you said. I got all this stuff to do, but let's move over here and do this instead. No, I did not see Lifesaver naked, although he has offered on occasion. But we do get a batch of like a weekly lewds that we're subscribed to. But honestly, that just gets me through the week. I mean, that doesn't I don't know, scar me as much as I thought it would, but anyway. Yeah. Well, okay, here's so it's like and I kind of understand where you're coming from, Corvus, cuz like literally it's like my when I was growing up when I was younger, I had one goal. um I had one goal. My goal was to establish myself in such a way that I could afford a family, provide for that family, and my significant other would only have to work if they chose to work, right? That was my goal. If I had kids, I could provide for them and all that. That was like my goal. That was what my whole being was about. And then I realized as I got older how life actually works. And no matter how hard I worked, And no matter how much I tried, things would always just like, I don't know, like drag me down and wouldn't work out the way I thought they would, even though I worked all the time. I busted my tail. So I kind of changed my mentality to the, you know, motivated part to the, oh, I'm here to work, make money, and go home. No, it's really not. It is really not easy to find at all. It's too easy, especially with social media nowadays, to fall into negativity. It really is. And the worst part is like, and I would be completely honest with anybody. Like I'm an open book for the most part. I would benefit highly from being able to talk to somebody like professionally. I know that, but I live in America, so I can't afford that. So you just have to like push through those moments and deal with it. That's the mentality that I hate. It's like I feel like I would be better if I could actually sit down and have those conversations that I know I need to have with somebody that can say, "Hey, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to work towards. This is how we need to get you out of these ruts." But again, they cost money. Yeah, and the sad part is I'm so used to doing it that it's just second nature to me at this point. It's like, "Oh, I just got to tough it out. I got to get through it. It's no big deal." It is. It is. Because in our minds we think that we're reacting because of these certain things, but with an outsider that actually is trained in that, they can look at it and give you a new perspective that you probably didn't think of. And it's kind of that's one of those things that I know I'd benefit from. And I'm not ashamed to admit it by no means. Like we as much of a loner and like um introverted, like stay away from people person I am, I understand we can't go through life alone. We need other people. And having the outsider's perspective is always great. It's like there's everybody has ideas. It's one of those things. It's like why I like working with people on like coding and stuff. And that's a big reason. Like I know it's like entertaining for y'all when I'm building shit on stream, right? And y'all like, oh, it's broken, but the help that is generated from chat when we're sitting here actually building something, because the different perspectives, like, hey, have you thought about this? Or hey, webmage does this to purposely try to break it, to point out a vulnerability in it that I hadn't thought of. And it's like, oh, I didn't think about that. That's a different perspective. That's a great idea. Let me implement that. It's great to always have those outside perspectives. Sometimes it's not, but a lot of times it is. Like I will never like discount somebody's ideas ever. Oh, you're so full of shit. Don't even. Right, right. It never. So the way I like to look at it is like a bad relationship, right? So you're in this relationship and you're making excuses, correct, for bad behavior. Because emotions, you love them, financially you're tied to them, whatever. No big, you're constantly forgiving and you constantly just deal, right? and you're in this toxic cycle because, oh, they'll change, they'll do this. And then you have outsiders saying, "No, you need to end this relationship. It's bad. It's toxic for you. You need to," but you don't want to listen because guess what? It's comfortable, or you only see your perspective. You're not on the outside looking in. But then when you get out of that relationship, right? What do we always do? We'll always look at it and go, "How did I put up with that? How did I deal with that? These people were right. Why didn't I listen?" Well, it's not because you didn't want to listen, it's because you didn't see it because you didn't have that perspective. But now, hindsight 2020, you're going, "Oh, now I see it. Now I see that viewpoint." And it's hard to actually like think about it. And it's why I don't believe all stories either. I've always said that there's three sides to every story. There's the two sides of the story, and then there's the truth. And when you deal with like talking to two different sides of the story, you have to dig into both sides and find where the actual truth lies. And that it can be very hard, but it's all a perspective thing. But yeah, perspective is everything. And honestly, too, sometimes going off of what you said there, I've been asked a few times, asked myself, why are you doing X or why not just do Y to solve a problem being faced? Sometimes, why are you not doing X is, or why are you doing X? The reason we're doing X is because we have to learn why it's best to do Y. Because sometimes learning the hard way is better for us and stays ingrained in us better than somebody just saying, "Why not just do Y?" Because sometimes we have to learn the hard way to know, hey, there's an easier way. I know I do sometimes. I'm terrible at that. Very terrible at that. But anyway, right. 'Cause I'll be honest, like, um, even like when I'm at work, right? One of the guys will call me like, "Hey, have you run into this before?" Or, "Do you know how, like, I don't understand, like, I'm not seeing this." And I'm like, "Okay, well, what have you done so far?" And they're like, "I did this, this, and this." I'm like, "Okay, well, have you tried this, this, or this?" "Oh, no." "Well, this is why you need to check this, this, or this." Yeah, yeah, that's very true. That's very true. I think it's hard to abandon luggage. Yeah, it really is. I think even worse than that though is not like No, that's absolutely true. But it's like sometimes I don't think it's about already putting a lot of work into something and are less and less willing to abandon your luggage. Sometimes I think that can also translate to sometimes we're we put a lot of work into something and we are less and less willing to have somebody help us with that luggage because we won't abandon it, because we carry that burden on our shoulders, we carry it, and instead of reaching out to let somebody help us, we just let it weigh us down. Because sometimes abandoning your luggage really isn't in the card set. Sometimes that luggage, sometimes that luggage is blood. Sometimes that luggage is family, and you can't abandon your luggage. Yep. But you know what? I think in all relationship, or whether it's good or toxic, the value too much is placed in one, too much value is placed in one, not enough in the other. Agreed. But you know one thing that both of those lack, and why too much value is placed in the toxic and not enough value in a good relationship, is because they all lack communication. People just can't be honest with each other. If you want the Disney romantic fairy tale relationship, be upfront about it right at the beginning. If you want just a physical, no strings attached type relationship, be upfront. Don't play games. Then you don't have toxic or good relationships. You have solid relationships. You have relationships with communication. You actually would. No, I agree. I agree. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, okay, let's. All right. Yeah, of course. Like, why put work into something when you it's not gonna go anywhere? Well, and truly, that is the case, though. They can get just another. Let's see. Where's this tag? No, not forever. Not forever, but it is possible for, I mean, think about it this way. What's the difference between a job and a relationship? Like, seriously, there's really not. There's not much difference between a job and a relationship at all. So, just like a job, you can go get another. Now, whether you're going to be happy or not, that's that's based upon communication. Like, here's the thing. Like, my work knows my feelings on the stuff. I'm upfront and I right. Like, I communicate with my boss. I tell him exactly how I feel and how things are going. He might not always like it, but you know what? I'm honest with him. And we have a decent working relationship. Like, I don't not enjoy going to work for the most part. There's some days, but I don't mind where I work. Correct. But I stayed in a job for like 15 years believing a lie that turned out to not be wasn't going to be fulfilled, and I wasted so much time and worked so many hours in that job giving up my actual personal life because they wouldn't communicate with me and just be upfront and honest with me. So now I'm just like, well, I'm going to communicate with you, and you're either going to communicate with me or, right. Why would they? Because they're using me. It was a very toxic workplace relationship, right? Because they could pay me pennies on the dollar, and they got somebody they could rely on to handle multiple locations for them. Of course. Why would they? But see, now I see that. Now I've learned. So now I communicate with them. And if I don't get what I want from them, then I can just go somewhere else. So they got to get what they want, and I have to get what I want. And we understand this. And that's why it's a good working relationship for the most part. And that's the thing with relationships, too. Yep. The same thing with relationships. It's literally just, hey, you know, be honest, have conversations. If it's just physical, be honest. It's just physical. If it's not, if it's romantic, if your whole dream you watch Disney movies, believe in the princess fairy tale, Prince Charming coming in, and then that's fine. Believe that. Just say it. Say that's what you want. There's no shame in it. Because as the guy, like if I was like to like seriously like looking, which I'm not, but if I was seriously looking, I would have more respect for the woman that says, "Hey, look, I'm a really like huge romantic, and I am going to get emotionally attached. Like I want a serious relationship." I'm more inclined to go, "Okay, exactly." And I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that's the problem. Most people don't know. They don't know what they want. They think they know what they want, but they don't know what they want. Right. Because, like, I mean, I know this is going to sound bad, but it's like the instance of like a guy that wants to, I don't know, wants to have multiple women. Okay. Right. Whatever. They think they want that until the woman goes and finds herself other guys, and then he gets jealous and upset, or vice versa. Because we thought we knew what we wanted, that the guy or the female thought they knew what they wanted, but they didn't know until it happened and they realized after it's too late. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I would say we're learning every day, but sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if we're actually learning every day. Because sometimes Sometimes this world makes me question certain things. Especially for the next 4 years, I'm gonna be questioning a lot of things. Why the cheerleaders are cheering. So honestly, Corvus, if I was rich, jacked, and in high demand, I'm not saying I wouldn't take advantage of it, but at least with my mentality, I would be upfront about it. If that makes sense. Like, hey, this is how I view it. This is what I want and I don't want. And if you agree to that, then we're good. But I think I'd be even more wary about that just because there's too many being rich and jacked that end up in court because of misunderstandings or just, being in the wrong positions. But I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's the same thing. It's like I could say like, "Oh, if I won the lottery, right?" I mean, if I won the lottery, like I was personally, I believe right now that I would still go to work. I would skip I would call out to work the next day, go claim the prize, and then not tell anybody. Go get a lawyer, let them handle stuff, figure out investments, and then I go to work the next day. That's what I want to believe that I would do. However, who's to say if that's what I would do in the heat of the moment? Circumstances change people sometimes, unfortunately. Like, I hope once I ever, like, whenever I dig myself finally out of my debt hole, right, that I'll never forget how hard it was to dig out and be thoughtful to other people if I ever have money, you know. But I can't promise that because circumstances change people sometimes. And I hope to God I'm always the same, upfront, honest, and an asshole. I like it that way, but I can't I can't promise anything. But either way, honestly, I don't know if I would call it privilege, Corvus. And that makes sense. And I would probably take a vacation too. But I'm just saying, so many people would quit their jobs, right? I don't think I could just quit my job. Or if I did, I would have to find a new one. Or hell, I might be streaming all the time. And, who knows? The point of the matter is, like, I would have to work. Like, just because I made a bunch of money doesn't mean I'd stop working. But I wouldn't say I'm privileged in that because there's things that I've been through, decisions I've had to make, and realizations I've had to make that have changed the essence of my being. Like, yeah, and then going back to work after being a year off. Holy crap. That's like, that's almost like the, oh, quit, take. Oh, very few of the privileged. I see. I misread that. I got you. Privileged few have done that. Yeah. Well, the worst part too, though, and now that I see where I screwed up reading that, um, it's not. Yeah, it's definitely not a fun thing to have to sit back and do because it changes you. It really does. Like I went from this nice, caring people pleaser, right? So that I don't give a shit. I'm an asshole and go screw yourself type person. Like, I don't know. Like, it's yeah, it's like don't screw with me and we're good, but you screw with me and then yeah, bad thing to do. And it sucks too because it's like I don't get emotionally attached to things at all. Like relationships for me are like I can't do the like um like affectionate displays like hugging and touching and all that sort of stuff. That's stuff I'm just that's not me. Like why do I want to hold your sweaty ass hand walking through a mall? Like that's just I'm sorry, that's just not me. And it's just it was my circumstances and what changed like molded me into it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like I had one person that looked at me and like, you know, um, accused me of trying to make them like me, like one of my old employees, and I don't. He was like, I don't want to be like you, and I looked at him. I said, I don't want you to be like me either. I was like, do you understand how bad that is? I want you to have emotions. I want you to experience life in a better light than I have. Like, why the hell would I ever want you to be like me? And like he was just like in awe. I'm like, I don't know what you expected. I'm not trying to mold you into a person like me by no means. I'm trying to mold you into a person better than me. Go farther than I am have. Like do better things. Make better decisions. But yeah, I had never wished anybody to be me. My God. Although some days it's entertaining, I guess. I guess some days it's entertaining. You know, I'm looking at like the Discord and it's funny. All these issues don't come up till stable release, right? It's like, oh, magically we all updated. Now this problem is happening and it's people that have had the beta version to test. And it's like, really? Okay. It's very possible. It's very possible. I don't doubt it. I don't think my experiences are unique in any sense. And I think that is why I'm empathetic with most people because I understand that everybody has their own story. Everybody has their own experiences. And that's how you're shaped. And it's funny because it's changed my views. Like I really like legit used to be like hardcore, go to church, right wing conservative individual, right? Like my goal was to be the godly man in the household and provide for my family. That was my goal at at like 14, 15, 16. That's where the stuff was on my mind. I wasn't worried about going out and partying and having fun. Okay, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Oh, before you leave, have you decided if you wanted to play the other game with us or no? Or you're still deciding? I don't care one way or the other. I was just asking. But yeah, like I went straight from that type of person to more like I guess centrist because I wouldn't call myself like a left like okay, I gotcha. I was just curious. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Randy. I I say I don't have emotions a lot, and it's not that I don't have emotions. It's just things don't phase me at all. Like they really don't. Like you would emotions do not sit on my face at all. Yes, you can get me to laugh and I can, smile and all that sort of stuff and, maybe, maybe. And here's the weird part. Like when my grandma passed, I that was kind of like, "Oh, we'll see each other again." And now that I believe less and less in that, right? It still doesn't bother me that that may have all been a fallacy. I may not see her again, but it's fine because regardless, she doesn't have to endure the stuff that I watched her endure anymore. And I agree with you, Corvus. Like, and so that's why I look at life, right? In this aspect of I think you can look in life one or two ways. All right. And this is what I truly believe. You can look in life one or two ways. You can either look at it as a comedy or a tragedy. I much prefer looking at it as a comedy because guess what? I have no control over shit in my life. I do on over certain aspects. I do have certain aspects that I have control over. But for the most part, I don't have control over my life. So what's the point in getting upset and, getting, being grumpy about it? Right. Right. There's no reason to worry. And whether there is one or not one, I don't know. But it's one of those things. It's like I just don't. All I can do is look at things that happen in my life that people can would consider bad. Oh, I can't believe that happened to me, and I just laugh. That's all I can do. I can just laugh. I can all I can do is laugh at it because I all I can do is find humor in it because it just happens. Like what can I do? Oh, that happened. Okay. Like, why in the, why in the world am I going to get upset over stuff I can't control? Like, it's one of those things. It's why, like, I I'll stick around and I'll put forth effort in things, and then at some point, if I see the same thing happening over and over and over and over, I lose the motivation. I'm just like, I throw my hands up. I'm like, whatever. Like, I tried. Like, I'm not gonna put forth effort into this that's not benefiting anybody, and is only just gonna frustrate me. So why bother? And then just move on. But it's also too, like, going back on the relationship thing, like when I have gone out with people and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got to cancel." I'm like, "It's fine." Like, I have things to do, and if we were going to dinner, I reorganized my stuff to do to put you in front of it. But now that you're canceling, now that stuff is what I'm going to do now, and you haven't ruined anything. It's like, okay. And then eventually I know it'll never work if they keep doing it. It's not a huge deal. Like, I don't care. I don't know. It's just weird. It really just does not bother me. I'm just like, whatever. Yeah, that's true. And see, that's kind of how I try to live my life at this point, because, like, I used to be that person of, oh, what if there's a heaven and hell, right? What if you're wrong, you know, and you're gonna go to hell, and at least if I'm wrong, I'm covered. But I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Now that I've gotten older, I'm like, but if I was wrong, like, if I there was no heaven and hell, right, and I was wrong, then I wasted all my life trying to be adhere to rules that didn't get me anywhere. I mean, it's true. It's true. And that's where I think it's really just a form of control, actually. Like, I actually kind of started more believing that than, it's, oh, you're going to heaven or hell. Like, I honestly believe it's more of like, oh, hey, how do we control somebody? Here's a book. It wouldn't even surprise me, like, with crap that goes on. But it's one of those things that just had that change of thought process, because I'm like, if I was really wrong, like, and there was no heaven or hell or whatever, just a theoretical whatever. If I tried to adhere to this book, right, and this be this person that I this book said I needed to be, and I wasted all this time doing it, and there was nothing for nothing, then I wasted my one life to live, which is sad in itself. No worries. All right. My timer says we should be back. So, anyways. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine to believe whatever you believe. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. Oh. The worst part is Twitch is trying to, like, in my little ad dashboard, was trying to push me to do 4 minutes worth of ads. Oh, you can make some extra revenue if you go to 4 minutes. I'm like, and I could just annoy people for a minute longer. No thanks. I have the minimum set, so pre-rolls are disabled. Like, anyways, like I make anything off of ad revenue. Hey, you keep wishing it might happen. Animes has gotten some full body tracking updates in the last update, if I recall correctly. No, I don't make jack squat on ads. Like, nothing. I don't even pay attention to the ads. Oh, I mean, I do, mate. Hold on. Like, let me put you on the Linux box for a second. Like, when I say this is, when I say this is literally, just when I say this is just like a hobby for me, I don't joke. Like, this is I know this is, oh, we're not really supposed to do it, whatever. So yeah, so like, I mean, Prime subs, obviously got a gifted subs, but I mean, $0 in ads, $0 in ads, 11 cents in ads. No, nothing in ads. 0 in ads. And I think these 0 in ads. Oh, this is the last section right here. Yeah, I don't make much. Like, I hang out here because I like hanging out with y'all. Yeah, like 18 cents in ads. I think around this region was when we had the political tag on. So ads were definitely nothing because they weren't, but it's 5 cents in ads. Here, okay, so Wednesday, which was technically Tuesday, I made 37 cents in ads. Yeah, it's not like, I only run ads on the channel because I want to disable pre-rolls. That's it. That's the whole reason. Because you have one of two choices, right? You don't run ads. Yeah. You don't run ads, and a person comes to your stream, right? And they get ads right off the bat. Or you run 3 minutes worth of ads every hour, and when people join your stream, they don't get ads right off the bat. Yeah, no, I get it, Corvus. I mean, I like, if I go on a stream and I get a bunch. Yeah, exactly. That's, you don't get people joining you because of those ads. Because you join it and you get like 10 ads, you're like, oh, screw this, I'm going to the next place. So in order to do that and disable those, you have to run 3 minutes of ads in an hour, every hour, 3 minutes worth of ads. That's the bare minimum. And that's what I have everything set for. So I have the ads to display. Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way. So the way I have stuff set up is I have auto ads on, right? I have the ad scheduler because that's supposed to give me the higher revenue pay of ads, right? And you saw what my ads was. Okay. So that's the higher revenue pay because I use the ad scheduler. What's up, Sylvia? How are you? And then I run ads every 45 minutes. And the reason for this is because I understand that. The reason I run ads every 45 minutes is because when we're talking like this, I want to be able to hit the snooze button, right? I can hit the snooze button 3 times, and it snoozes it for 5 minutes. Oh, I understand that. But at least you're on vacation. But anyway, I can hit the snooze button 3 times, and each is 5 minutes. So if at 45 minutes, if I hit the snooze button 3 times and snooze it for 15 minutes for ads while we're talking, I'm still within that hour to run those 3 minutes of ads. That is why I have it set up the way I do. So that way nobody gets pre-rolls if I snooze ads. Because it's gonna happen. I've already snoozed them the max amount already now. Yeah, it's possible. Those are things I need to make. Honestly, I just hadn't had the motivation to do it. But yes, I could display ad timer. There's a lot of things I want to display. Like you said, this is a labor of love. Like I don't make much money, but um there's things like I need to start looking at things making me money. So I'm thinking about doing different goals and stuff like sub goals and things like that, and I need to build some of that stuff for that. Cuz like to be honest, how these big streamers getting like 2,000 like subs in a month, right? Like can I pull like 50 subs in a month? Or something like, something, or even like I don't know, like 20 subs in a month to start with, and then like go from there. But then again, I say those things and I question it, and then I go, but I really don't want the people watching me paying for my shit because it's trash content. Like, why the hell do I want y'all to pay for like? You see, like these are the dilemmas. Honestly, to be completely honest, I wonder how in the hell they get that many like that many subs. Like there's no interactions. They're just like a lot of times they're just like it's react content most of the time. I mean, I could maybe pull off the like tight or minimal clothing, but no, you're look, and that's I have no hate on that at all. Like if I was I'm be honest, if I was a female and could do it, I would. I would hands down do it. Like there I see nothing wrong in it. And you know what's funny is who the top like people that watch that and like sub, right, and support those creators. Yeah, they're the ones telling you you're going to hell, which is what I find ironic. No, it's really not. I still say what if Lucifer was actually the good guy in the story. I'm just saying. Yeah, it is a jealousy thing. Which it blows my mind, right? Okay, so I don't understand how it can be a jealousy thing, even though I know it is. When men statistically get paid more, they have an easier time climbing the ranks in jobs. They all around don't have to put up with half the shit. Hold on. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know it's gotten better over the years, but still. No, I agree. I agree. I'm just saying I don't have to wake up in the morning to a bunch of dick pics in my inbox, right? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, the females are the ones in the wrong doing this stuff, and that's what blows my mind. Well, I get that. I'm not saying it's completely gender inequality. Well, I don't know what guys you know that aren't job hopping, but I know far too many that job hop. Yes, okay, but let me ask you this point, Corvus. You're saying different skills working more dangerous positions. And I understand that because guys do. What do you mean working positions that require more physical strength? I get the different skills in working more dangerous positions. But the more physical strength I don't really get because most jobs have tools for that anyway. But my point is, yes, working more dangerous positions, but were females considered for those types of positions in the first place? Like, I'm not sitting here saying that gender inequality is like running rampant, but to say it doesn't exist or to discount it seems a little like, I don't know. Seems a little underplaying it in my opinion. Cuz that's literally like saying, "Oh, like we didn't vote for a female president because not because she wasn't female, but because, she was inexperienced. Like she didn't have as much experience." Right, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's like running rampant by no means, because it has gotten better. I will be the first to admit that. Just like, racism has gotten better, but it definitely still exists. 110%. Yep. Like, things have gotten better, but we haven't gotten them gone. Yep. And honestly, I guarantee you, in your position, Sylvie, there's probably plenty of skilled females to do that job too. Well, I mean, I get it, Corvus. Like in like what you mean on certain jobs, like my job, I've only um in my job, I've only seen on the side of what I do and out in the field, I've only seen one female that our company had employed. All the others were working the front office. But whether any have applied to even be considered, I couldn't tell you. I knew you were going to ask that, and that's why I'm saying I don't know. I don't have those numbers or anything like that. I don't have that information. I don't work to be a boss. I work to be the person that comes to work, works 8 to 5 and goes home. But I would imagine it's probably not a lot. Even though there's probably quite a few that are out there qualified to do it. I mean, to be honest, we could train monkeys to do some of the stuff that we do. It's not that hard. I mean, hell, what I do, any female could do with the right knowledge. I'd hands down say that in a heartbeat. But again, yes, I don't know how many are applying. Yeah, and I think that's where it becomes really hard because you don't see so many guys working office like in the office like type jobs where a female might. Whereas like Randy said, as a car mechanic, you're gonna see more males work in that industry than you will females, but there are. Yeah, I'm not discounting that it's not gotten better. Like I'm not saying it's not gotten better at all. Because it has. Like anybody that says it hasn't gotten better than what it used to be is as you know is just flat out lying. It has gotten better, and and this stuff may never be gone. I mean, to be completely honest, I mean, you see what we're regressing over here, right? We're not progressing, we're regressing over here. You know, we got rid of federal things that would protect people or whatever because of, you know, belief systems. And now we're regressing. So who knows? Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. And this is where like yeah, and see that's the thing. See, this is where like actual like statistics and stuff come into play because again, like you said, Corvus, viewpoints are different depending on personal experiences. Our viewpoints don't reflect what numbers truly are. Like I mean, those are things like, and this is stuff that I'm like, I would love for us to like discuss in like Discord, because if we discuss it, um, these are topics that we can like literally do research on and have conversations on with like actual research that we've looked up and documentation for. Like that's the kind of stuff that like I'm cool with doing. I like doing that. Because I can sit here and spit like opinions all day. And you may be right, Corvus. I mean, and that's the thing you like, and I kind of understand where you're coming from, because it's like, what you see and what numbers truly are two different things. Right. It could, Corvus could be right. It could be a bias. It literally could have just gone really far in the other direction in that field, but in like 60% of other fields, it's still the same. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you got to look at the whole like scope of it. There's a lot of factors to look at, which is why we can sit here and spit opinions all day, which is fine. I mean, everybody has their own opinion, but that's where the numbers and like statistics come into play, because it's like, what do the like what do papers like research, statistics, what does that say? What does the evidence support? Because Corvus could be completely right. We could look it up and he could be absolutely right and I could be completely wrong. Right. Which is also could just be a culture difference too. Like in the area Corvus is at versus like the areas we're at. I have no clue. Not without digging into some research, which I may do later because I'm kind of curious. I'm actually kind of curious. I think it would be fun. I'm just sitting here pretending like I know what the fuck y'all are talking about STEM. Like we doing some STEM research over here. Okay. So last child was contracted for 7 years. No. Okay, thank you. I wouldn't say outperform. I would say there's probably benefits, tenure, or she got paid less. But then again, I don't know Canada's laws enough to know what kind of protections for workers there are either. Because, like in the US, hands down, it wouldn't be about experience and it wouldn't be about performance. It would literally be about either like it would be about her being able to be paid less, or she had less benefits that cost. Because if you're saying cost for it, if a company's having financial difficulties, they're gonna find ways to cut, like trim fat as far as financial is concerned, at least in the United States and what I can see. Um, and they're gonna look at all aspects. They're gonna look at how much benefits cost, like they're paying out. They're gonna look at the hourly rate that they're paying somebody, and that's all gonna factor in. It's not gonna matter tenure at all. But like again, like I said, I don't know how Canada is. Yeah, laid off's the nice way of saying we didn't fire you, so you can't claim unemployment. Even though I could technically still go claim unemployment, but yeah, it's very true. I don't know. I've just seen far too many people that have had long tenures in companies removed, and it's nothing that they did. It was cheaper to have the other person that had been there less time. Oh no, it makes total sense. Sometimes we that's but I get where you're coming from and why you think the way you are. And I'm not saying you're wrong, because again, I don't know what protections y'all have out there. Because I know it's vastly different than the protections we don't have here. But if I was um if this the same scenario happened in America, I would hands down say they were paying her less in some way, shape, or form. You were costing them more money between salary and benefits or something than she was. If it was in the States, hands down. And God forbid you work in a right to work state, then it doesn't matter. They don't even have to worry about laying you off. They can just get rid of you and not tell you any reason why. And there's nothing you can do about it. Which is sucky, but that's just the way it is. Yeah, see, that would be my only that would be the only thing I could think of. But like, you know, well, yeah, don't you love when you get to train your replacement? Again, yeah, I mean, that's true. So Corvus, honestly, like again, I don't think. Yeah, it's definitely who you know. Like that's hands down. I would assume that's the same everywhere. But I would still say that it does experience doesn't matter. I've actually found that companies would rather, at least out here, companies would rather hire on somebody that doesn't know and teach them versus hiring somebody that does know. And the big reason for that is they can teach you, and they're going to teach you their way so you don't have bad habits, right? Or what they would consider bad habits. So experience really doesn't mean jack squat. As long as you have a basic idea, they can teach you the rest. And what's even better is when you can when you can have the person that they're replacing teach them. It's like the final nail in the coffin of the whole thing. It's so bad, awful. Well, I mean, honestly, Corbett, like I agree with you. Like I don't there's no simple reasons for any of it. Like there is the cause of it. Like gender disparity, racism, it doesn't matter. Like there is it's never for simple reasons. Oh, if it most definitely is far more complex. Like like it's like here in the States, our issues um our issues run so deep, like so deep. Like people don't understand how deep they run. Like our schools being underfunded in certain areas is due to like the suburbs. And the suburbs was done like established in a sense basic like it was basically a form of segregation. And suburbs still exists. Like that disparity still exists to this day. And then you have privatized prisons, right? So they're not even owned by the government. So you take you take these privatized prisons, you make money off of them, right? But you'll find the governments um that are utilizing these prisons for not having enough capacity, like not having enough population. So you incentivize them to arrest people and put them in prison. So here becomes the war on drugs, right? It shouldn't, but it is. It is for profit. So you put a disparity, right, on by having the suburbs, which inevitably puts more money into certain school systems and less money into other school systems. And then the less educated wind up trying to survive and end up in prison because of stupid things. Exactly. It's welcome to the US and capitalism. This is what we do. It's this in but see that's the thing. You have to see how the pieces fit together. It's not just one problem. It's multiple problems together. It's like it's like the gears, they're the gear cogs or whatever in the machine. Like it's not just one cog running the machine. It's multiple cogs and you have to see how they fit together to run the machine. And they all fit together in a nice little way that I guess puts us in certain disparities. Like again, I will say over and over and over again, over and over again. There's three things they should legalize. They should legalize drugs, prostitution, and gambling. If you legalized all three of those things, you would legit solve most of your issues. I do like sci-fi. What gave it away? Was it the alien avatar, or was it just because I said we should legalize? Yep. Biggest crime in the USA. Ugh. Current addiction? No, but I've heard of people. I've heard of people marrying bridges, so I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore. So current addiction, I'm assuming they're addicted to electricity. Is that what I'm a? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that's weird. But nothing surprises me. Yeah, no thanks. But anyway, my point was, all right. So, for instance, why are we punishing not additional cost? Yeah, that just seems such a weird thing. But anyway, why? Why? And I don't even. I want to ask why, but at the same time, I don't want to know why. Correct. But okay, so here's the thing. People are naturally gonna not want to do what they're gonna want to do what they're not allowed to do, right? Oh, you shouldn't do that. Well, that's gonna tempt me to do it. Also, all right, so let me ask this. Somebody who has psychologies that would allow addiction, should they be put in prison or should they be helped? Should we give them help and offer them counseling or medical care that they might need to help them fight their addictions? Oh, like a survival of the fittest thing. I gotcha. Honestly, though, Corvus, sometimes it's not seeking drugs. Sometimes all it takes is I go to the hospital, they prescribe me opioids, and I never am able to come off of them. Sometimes it's as simple as that. All right, so let me put my view here. All right, so right now in the US, anybody with drug addiction, right? We put them in prison because drug addicts, what? They steal to get their next fix. Um, they're nuisances sometimes. They're a danger to themselves sometimes and other people. So here in the US, we just toss them in jail, right? Throw them in jail. Sometimes over repeat offenders, they end up in they end up in prison. Okay, let's get the ads out of the way and we'll finish this conversation because ads are about to start. So all right, we're back. So in Canada, you don't prescribe narcotics at the same numbers as in the USA. Narcotics are usually drugs of last resort. Okay, so why someone got addicted in the first place, then those problems need to be addressed. Okay, so here's the thing. I think, and this could just be, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I know addiction is a really like okay, let's go ahead and just because we're gonna dive into this. Let me put the content label sensitive social issues because we're about to get into it. So I understand that addiction is a touchy subject, so is prostitution, and so is gambling. So let me take those one by one here. So, on the form of addiction, if you legalize drugs, right? And I'm not saying, oh, this is a free for all. Like, you can. No. What I'm saying is, you legalize drugs so you're not punishing them. And stop throwing them in prison. And instead of investing the money in the prisons, you invest the money in help centers, in giving people the help that they want. Like, there are literally when you take away the elite, like when you make it legal, right? Now you're taking away, yeah. Now you're taking away the illegal drug smuggling, right? Because if you have a legal means to buy it, why the hell are you going to go buy it illegally? So, one, you're solving a lot of health issues, sharing needles, uh let's see, uh uh STDs like AIDS, things like that, which can be transmitted through blood from sharing of needles and stuff like that. Lace stuffs. Um, there's a lot you're eliminating on that, and also stuff coming over the border. Because guess what? It's legal. Why would you bring it over the border? So that's less for the border patrol to have to worry about. So that's one. Two, you take the money you're investing in prisons and recycling the same old drug charges with people, right? And putting them back in prison to make profit off of them. You take that money and you put it to help centers for the people that want to get help. Yes, is that gonna do it for everybody? No, it's not. There are people that are truly going to be addicted that don't want to not be addicted. I actually don't think you will, Corvus. I'm going to be honest with you. I think I think you'll have less people trying it in the first place to get addicted because there's less of a stigma around it because it's legal. Yeah, there's actually like countries that have legalized all drugs and their crime actually went down. That is there is proven cases of this working. I know it seems crazy, but it there's proven cases of it working. So that's just one point, right? You're eliminating health issues, you're taking the stigma away. Right. We're not talking about injecting bleach into your skin, okay? It's a bad idea, even if your POTUS says it. Bad idea. Anyway, yeah. But the point of the matter is, it has been proven that is one point of the 3 points that I say you legalize. And I believe it would truly help. It would eliminate a bunch of issues. Yes, it would create some issues, But those issues I feel like would be far minuscule to the issues that we deal with now. Now, gambling. Honestly, no, gambling is not illegal. Gambling is only legal in like Vegas and on Indian land in Oklahoma. Gambling is 110% illegal in most states. Like, for most people, gambling, if they want to truly gamble, they either have to go to casinos on like reservations, or they have to go to Vegas, or they have to get on a ship to go to international waters to gamble. That's how that works. There's such a stigma around it. Yes. But because they're technically on reservation land or whatever, they're legal because it's not considered like federal land or state land. I don't know. It's really like it's a technicality sort of deal. But I find it ironic because we like, how will it help? I mean, taxes. I don't know. Allowing people to spend their money how they want to. I don't see why this should actually be illegal, honestly. Because guess what? You know the biggest argument with why gambling shouldn't be legal? Because say it with me, addiction. There are people addicted to gambling and it ruins homes and lives. And that is why there's such a stigma around people gambling. Even though if I want to go blow $1,000 in a night, I should be able to do that, right? Nobody's saying nobody's saying anything about me going to spend $500 at the grocery store, right? Again, again, addiction, help centers, putting things in place to help people, funding things that are proactive versus reactive. I believe in being proactive. I don't believe in being reactive. And we as a country here are reactive. We react to things instead of try to help prevent things. It's crazy. It's mind blowing. But gambling is just kind of one of those caveat like, why are you telling me where I can spend my money on or not? So I'm not saying this is truly going to help. I just think it should be legal. But the other thing, yeah, the other thing, prostitution should be legal. Yeah. Okay. But the patients who okay, so the patients that would be going to those centers would be serious in getting cured. Nobody goes to a center to get help that's not serious unless they're being forced. Which is why we're talking about not being reactive. Court ordered mandates, family members forcing them. Like, that's not helping anything. But people that truly want to go get help, that instead of throwing them on the streets and saying, "Oh, go get a job," and they can't get a job because, oh, I have no clue. I'm just saying. I don't know how often courts order them to go, and I know it's capitalism. Capitalism is about how much money you make off of somebody, not about a human being. That's capitalism. Like, yeah, I knew I remember reading. I couldn't remember what country it was, but I remember reading about it. Yep. Well, there's downsides to everything. Agreed. The society is different, but I only see where it would help. I see. I mean, I think everything inherently is going to have issues. Like, if to say that something is not going to have issues and is going to be 100% perfect is setting yourself up for failure. Yeah, and that's my point. Like, if you're making it legal, then why would you need to smuggle? It's just like, okay, like I was going to go into prostitution, right? What are the benefits of making prostitution legal? What's the number one biggest benefit that you would experience? It wouldn't eliminate it, but it would damn sure help it. Because I feel like if you legalize prostitution, human trafficking would go down tremendously. No, human trafficking. A lot of prostitution is, yeah. Well, here's my thing. You legalize it, you make you make a healthier environment. There's another thing to prevent STD transmission, right? You have the providers go in for they get health cards, right? And they have to get regular like testing. They have a normal job with an income doing it. Yes. See? We're on the same page here. So you're eliminating a lot of like diseases, infections, that sort of stuff because of regularly being tested. You have more taxes. Well, those are tax write-offs. That just means the tax code needs to be fixed. But anyway, I'm just saying there's like just the at least two of those things. At least two of the three things. There's so many benefits that would come from it. But there's such big stigmas around it that we won't do it. Like we can't even we can't even make it legal federally for a woman to make her own choices about her own body. Why would I ever expect that we would do some common sense things that would benefit the country as a whole? But yeah, I mean, I see no problem with legalizing both. Gambling's just the afterthought, like the like icing on top, like and it should just be legalized anyway. But yeah, I mean, you know, tax income would come up, would go up. You know, you wouldn't be right, right. But that's what I'm saying. Like I understand the concerns. because I think with anything you're gonna have concerns. There's gonna be issues. Like, I'm not saying that this is a foolproof, like, oh yeah, we're gonna solve the country's issues with it. No, I'm just saying we are gonna start mending issues with this. There's going to be less of what we see now to deal with, and we'll be able to actually maybe help some people versus punishing people constantly. Again, being proactive versus reactive. I mean, it's the same concept, even what we were just talking about earlier with the stream. Should I update right before stream? Why? So they can read it, look at me, and and just kind of throw it in the trash. Oh God, she's talking about the purge. I don't know if we can handle that. I think there's a line to be drawn on like that. I think you can't say everything should be legal because there would be people that took that way too far. Oh, good God. Damn. Sorry, making noises. Anarchy in the UK. I don't know. How well is Brexit going? ASMR stream. There you go. I'm just joking. That's not happening. But anyway. No, these are ideas like that I think should be discussed. Honestly, here's the thing. Like, I agree. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that, like making things like we have way too many people that are trigger happy in this country. So yeah, I don't think everything should be like legal. That shouldn't be up for interpretation. I just feel like those, at least two of the, but all three, if you make all three of those things just like legal, but like help centers for people, stop throwing them in prison, I think a lot of issues would be solved. But I don't even think disagree on what one. The making everything legal? Oh, nobody was saying that. We were talking about how concerning it would be since so everybody, like so many people own guns, to make everything legal. Like, for instance, if you got rid of all laws and made everything legal, then murder would be legal, right? I actually think they stopped doing that a while ago. I could be wrong, but yeah. They're not hard to acquire. No, I don't disagree in having firearms and making them legal. I do feel like Switzerland though has a better grasp and handle on it than we do though. Because every single one of their citizens serves. So they get military training. Yeah, exactly what Corvus said. Like Switzerland is a huge gun like country. Yeah, victimless crime things. Like no, I got what you meant. Yeah, and I agree. If it's a victimless crime, why is it a crime? How is it a crime if there's no victim? But yet they exist. So I will agree with that one. But I'm not. No, you want. You know what? You know what pissed me off this morning? I want to see if it's still. I saw it and I was. Is it? Oh my god, where is it at? I was blown away when I saw it, and I'm wondering if it exists or disappeared or like one of those stupid things he posted. But it was about immigration. And I don't see it anymore. But anyway, it was regarding immigration and it was saying about how we should make it easier to get in this country. And I'm like, okay, so hold on. Who is high, drives a car under the. Okay, but I don't think being high should be the crime, right? But if you're in possession and you're high, even if you're not driving a car, that's still a crime. If you drive a car while high, that should follow the same penalty as being under the influence of anything. That's why they changed it from a DWI or no, what was it? It was like they changed it at one point, like to not mean just alcohol or whatever. So driving while impaired, driving under the influence, it can cover vast arrays of things. So yes, there are that should I still think, there should be you shouldn't be allowed to be driving a vehicle while you're high. Yeah. Right, but it's illegal to drink and drive, so it should be illegal to, be on any kind of drugs and drive. That's why they're required to put on the labels of legal drugs, if it will affect your ability to operate machinery. And it warns you not to do it, and it would be illegal for you to drive and get caught if you took those medications. Right, and I understand that, which is why they should that should be a crime. They should get some kind of like fine at least, at the bare minimum, to hopefully entice them not to do it again. And as to gambling, what about the parent who gambles away their kid's college fund or the money needed to feed a child? College fund is a little bit more of a sticky situation. I think that's up for interpretation, unfortunately. But money needed to feed the child, if you're not feeding your child, that's child neglect. Like you can like that is a victim crime. I would still say that should be, dealt with accordingly. But gambling away their kids' college fund, I can't really say there's anything that's more of a moral thing than a yeah, that's up for interpretation, to be honest. There's not much that can be done on that. Like when my dad like ran off with my college fund, stole it out of my mom's account. Yeah, when my dad wiped out my mom's saved up college funds for me and took off with it, it I mean, there wasn't anything that could be done, unfortunately. Well, yeah, addiction does disrupt rationality. And that's what I'm saying. Like the act of getting high is not a crime. It shouldn't be a crime, right? Because there's no victim. But when victims become part of the equation, then that's a different set of circumstances. But what we say here in the US is all that's illegal. Yeah, that's very true. And I think that's also up for and we're not disagreeing with that at all. And I've known people that were high that made very bad decisions. And then I know people that were high that literally the worst decision they made was eating too many fucking bags of potato chips. So again, I believe that's more up for interpretation than anything. It is are they operating a vehicle with the potential to injure someone? And yes, they should be punished for that. Or are they making the bad decision to open too many bags of Yep. With all the shootings that we've had in schools, yes, they prosecute children as adults. Yeah, they prosecute kids now, like as adults. I can't say whether it would be a 3-year-old or not, but they could. But yes, if you were if you are, do something like that as a kid, yes, your entire life can be wiped away just like an adult's. But then I still would wonder, like, why aren't the parents being held accountable? Like, that would be my thing. Because what circumstances, what was being ignored? How were they being treated at home to create the circumstances that they went and did that? Because at that point, I think it's just improper, like, gun safety practices, which again is why I agree with you. I don't think it needs to be military training for per se. Um, I don't think it should be. Yeah, I mean, and everybody's different. Like I've known people that have been like legit functioned better high. They performed better at work. They were just better all around people when they were high. And then I've seen people not be able to do a damn thing because they were high. So everybody's different and handles things different. However, I will never agree that somebody should get behind the wheel of a vehicle if they are under the influence of anything. Yep. But here's my question. We just keep saying high, and I think we're all associating that with just marijuana. What are we actually talking about high? Are we talking about high on anything? We talking about high on opioids? We talking about high on marijuana? We talking about high on heroin? Like, or just high in general? Right. It may. Okay. Under the influence of a drug. Okay. So just in general. And you're right. It may have impact on or consequences for others. You were not wrong on that. However, I would say, and I know you're trying to prove the point of, well, I know the point he's trying to prove is the fact that even though it's a victimless crime, it could include a victim. The point I think that we're going for is we're talking victimless crime shouldn't be punished. However, what if somebody gets behind the wheel of a car so why high? Well, that's honestly for what the courts to decide though, Corvus. Like courts do that now. Like that's what the plea of insanity and things are. Like they could say they're not of the right mind and they have to prove it and the jury has to agree with that. But again, I was gonna say it was the same thing. It's the same thing with alcohol though. And here's the thing too. Okay, let me break this down for you with the drug wise, because this is clearly like a very like this is very like um one lane road here. And I think you're having issues with it. So let's take drugs off the table and let's discuss alcohol, right? Alcohol is legal. You have to be of a certain age to consume it, and buy it, and so on and so forth. It is 100% illegal, I believe, in every state to drink and drive. Most states, it's even illegal to have an open container in the vehicle at all within arm's reach. So, people still I have the appropriate tags. I have politics and sensitive subjects. We're good. I've got the tags. I already added them because I knew we were going to get into this. So, um, so let's talk about alcohol. All right. So federally regulated, and yeah, states have the additional restrictions. You have dry counties, things like that. Can only sell it, like buy it at certain times, that sort of deal. The point of the matter is you can buy alcohol at any point in time. Well, not at any point in time, but you can buy alcohol and you can drink it. It is entirely possible for you to drink, be inebriated, right, under the influence, and hop in the car and drive. And it is a bad decision, but you wouldn't have normally made that, right, if you were sober. So there's certain levels, and depending on the state, depends on the severity, right? Some states, if you get pulled over while are under the influence, you get a ticket, you get a DUI, and it might just be a misdemeanor. Some states, it's a straight up felony. If you injure or kill somebody while you are driving the vehicle, you are still held accountable, even though you were inebriated and probably wouldn't have made that decision while you were sober. And that is for the court and the jury to determine. Now, here's where it gets real fun in some of the states. So let's say you have a victim, right? And that victim's like gets killed because you got behind the wheel drunk, right? And you kill somebody. That family can now come sue the person, not the establishment, the person that overserved them the alcohol and allowed them to get behind the wheel of a vehicle. So again, if you are making this legal, you are providing establishments for people to get this stuff legally. I don't see why the same laws wouldn't also apply. And why the same incentives to not provide too much or whatever wouldn't be also used as well. Again, it's different tiers, and then it's up to the courts to decide after that. But essentially, they're both driving under the influence. They both only have a victim if there is a victim. But regardless, you shouldn't be doing it, and that should be illegal. But it shouldn't be illegal for you to sit at home and get high if you want to. Does that make sense? Like if I go get high, I go munch down on a bag of chips and I don't leave my house and I make that responsible decision, even though I'm inebriated, should I face the same punishment as the person that got behind the wheel of the vehicle? I mean, I'm in my own house. I didn't go anywhere. But yet, if I was to have, like, if I was to get told, the cops were to get told that I had drugs in my house and they had reasonable suspicion, they could come search my house and arrest me for having illegal substances. Nothing's there to stop me unless I ahead of time hide the keys from myself so I know, like, you can make proactive decisions. I mean, I could if the bartender is saying, "Sorry, chum, you can barely stand," that bartender's already at risk of being sued. At least in I don't know of all states. Yeah, we're talking about the same things here. We're literally saying that you could treat drugs like alcohol and do the exact same things. Being high or being drunk is literally the exact same thing. It's under the influence. Keys need to be taken away. Or you do the responsible thing. Like, I'm the same person, right? If I what let's ch- let's change this. Let's say I drink at home, right? Because let me tell you, it is cheaper to buy bottles of liquor and have them at home than go out and pay for liquor out and about, right? So, what's to stop me from drinking 3/4 of a bottle of whiskey, right? Getting so stupid drunk. What's to stop me if I'm at home by myself from getting in my vehicle and driving somewhere? Like, the only thing I could say in argument to that, no, people aren't responsible. If they were responsible, we wouldn't have DUI checkpoints. We literally in the states have DUI checkpoints where they randomly check your licenses and make sure while you're rolling through you don't show signs of being under the influence. It's a proactive thing to keep people off the road. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. So, what is your stance then? Like tell me the solution. Are you saying that alcohol should be made illegal too along with drugs? Because I am not disagreeing with you at all here. You are 110% correct in everything you're saying. Yeah, I know you're pointing out the problems that would have to be addressed, but we've already addressed those problems. That was my point. You're literally taking one for one. Like we would do the same thing drug wise that we do with alcohol right now. The exact same thing. Obviously, things would be adapted as we learned, but starting out right away, I guarantee you, if they made drugs legal tomorrow, they would handle drugs just the way they handle alcohol right now. Guaranteed. And even handling alcohol is not a perfect science. There's still people that die from drunk drivers every day, which is why they have the DUI checkpoints. They're out there trying to, catch people out there driving under the influence. Isn't what bad? I mean, it depends on how you are. Like, are you saying the checkpoint's bad or people driving under the influence bad? Because, yeah, I mean, some would argue that the checkpoints are entrapment and they should be illegal, but they still do them. But yes, they're necessary. People are that dumb. Because, like you said, people aren't responsible. People all too often go, "Oh, I'm fine. I haven't had that much to drink." And they end up going off and, injuring or killing somebody. So, yes, they throw up DUI checkpoints. And a lot of times they also they are combo things. So they're not just DUI checkpoints. They're also like depending on the state and where you're at, they're also checkpoints to check make sure you're not smuggling drugs back to a different state, that sort of stuff. But for the most part, yes, especially on like holiday weekends, um big travel days, things like that. Yeah. Late at night, they'll I've seen entire highways shut down for checkpoints and try to avoid one of them. It's fun to watch somebody do that cuz you ain't getting far. Cuz I promise you they paying attention. Nope, I trust me, I get it. I don't think it would be that much of an increase to be honest. You're assuming that more people would be doing drugs if it was legal. I'm saying I think less people would be. You're saying you're assuming that these people that aren't doing that are doing it illegally, yeah, alcohol is legal. But we're talking about drugs, are we not? And you're saying we would need an increase in DUI checkpoints because of drugs, correct? Because we already have alcohol that's legal and we need all these DUI checkpoints. Or am I reading that wrong? No, it's not. Because drug related incidents occur as well. Hence DUI, driving under the influence is for alcohol and drugs. That's why it's called a DUI or DWI, driving while intoxicated. It covers both. There's people that drive and get high, and they are covering now. I'm saying that you would have less because it would be legal and it would be less enticing. It would catch the same amount as it is now because and probably less, honestly, because I think less people would do it if it was legal. Honestly, you're always going to have those people to make stupid decisions. Correct. We're about to have ads here in a second, so. But yes, there's a lot. Yes. No like lace stuff. It's just if you're not changing, like I understand like if we were going to be increasing DUI checkpoints and things like that. I totally agree with you. But yeah, I truly don't think even seeing from this like other countries doing it, I don't think we would see an increase. I think we would see a decrease. And you're always going to have those stupid people, but DUI checkpoints account for drugs and alcohol as it is now. And honestly, that's probably how they feel sometimes too, the prisons, because how many times the repeat offenders that get searched through a DUI checkpoint. Okay, here we go. There's ads. They really are a nuisance. And we have a tag now that I'm not going to make my 34 cents. But anyway, But yes, they would be cleaner. There would be less coming across illegally, less smuggling. Oh, I just throw out the be right back screen. What are you talking about? Then I go. But yeah, no, I think there's far more benefits than there are, far more pros than cons. I really do. But the sad thing is, we'll never do it. It's just like we'll never outright ban abortion, but we'll never make abortion fully legal either. Because otherwise, what would both parties have to run on? So why would they solve an issue one way or the other? They got to have something to fight about. Improving the economy. Look, look. The only way improving the economy becomes on the list is if it's lining somebody's pocket. Universal health care. Ha ha. Corvus. That's socialism. We can't have that here. We can't have socialism in the United States. That's un-American. Like, why would we do that? Looking after your fellow humans? Hold up. All right, let me ask you this. And which one of those questions, right, makes an individual more money? If one of those makes an individual more money, then maybe not a bad idea. More and better jobs might. But then again, we're planning on deporting a bunch of people, right, next year. So we're going to have a lot of like underpaying jobs open up. So we'll have more jobs. I can't say they'll be better, but there'll be more jobs. But yeah, universal healthcare, that's hilarious. And oh, we'll just borrow it from China. It's fine. Oh, wait, cost of food's going to increase even more? Holy crap, but what about those eggs? Damn. I was hoping if Trump got in office, the eggs would go down. Oh, we're getting ready to roll into a perfect storm, Corvus. Like people don't even know. I've been like I like people just don't even know. Like it's just mind-boggling. Oh, it's going to cost so much that if I had kids, my kids are going to be like in debt like with this country. Actually, probably even generations down the line. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I wish I knew how better to put it, but yeah, it's an entire dumpster fire. And the worst part is, like, we're talking about deportations, right? We're talking about tariffs. Do you know what the most searched term was after Trump got elected? Like, what the most Google search thing, right? After Trump got elected. No. You would think moving to Canada, but no, it wasn't. It actually blew my mind, right? Tariffs. Tariffs were the most Googled thing after Trump got elected. Yep, tariffs. People legit didn't know how tariffs worked. People legit thought that other countries paid the tariffs. No, no. Tariffs is a very common term, but the fact that people didn't know how they worked. They literally thought that if we bought it, like if China imported goods into the US, China paid those tariffs. They didn't know that the company importing them paid the tariffs. And here's the fun part. Here's the fun part. They didn't realize that if the company paid the tariffs, that it would ultimately go back to the customer. Yeah. Yeah, you know, the same people that are against raising minimum wage because it would increase the cost of goods. Yeah. Yeah, they were pro tariffs because they didn't know what tariffs were and how they worked. Our education system is a joke. It is when used correctly. But tell me, but there's just some items that don't make sense that can't be made here. Like, I know what the intention behind it is, but are you going to pay $50 for a shirt versus $10 for a shirt? Like, let's be for real here. Like, if you just buy a normal t shirt that was made in China or whatever, didn't, you know, exactly. Oh, I know. See, what they're trying to do is they're trying to bring back manufacturing. Yeah, but see, they're trying to make it a manufacturing economy again. And it's just not going to happen. It costs too much. It's not going to happen. We are a higher end um producer of different items. We're not. No, we're yeah. Like, even if we tried to do manufacturing, here's where I laugh about this, right? Okay. So in order to bring back manufacturing to the level of what they think they're going to bring it back, right? You need workers. Well, workers here in the United States are not going to work for the wages that would be required. I mean, for the most part, yes, but not by all. But you still need workers. But people that would be needed in those jobs wouldn't take those jobs. Americans wouldn't because they wouldn't pay enough. Which is where your immigrants come over in work visas and would fill those roles, but we're going to deport all of them because they're over here illegally. Because guess what? They overstayed their visas. But here's the funny thing. If you ask yeah, but if you ask somebody how people are getting how people are getting over here, people legit think that they're just hopping the fence or the wall, and they're going through tunnels and stuff. Like legit, that's how people think illegal immigration is happening, and it's like no, it's just like drugs. They think that the drugs are coming in by somebody tossing a damn backpack across like over the wall and then like coming here illegally. When drugs are coming in illegally through the ports, like shipping containers at the ports, and they're coming in chopped up vehicles with Americans crossing the border importing them. Unfortunately, we get this idea in our head and this narrative and we run with it. Instead of understanding the facts and doing the research. That's the problem. This is why I don't mind talking about this stuff, because the amount of people that aren't educated in it, that don't do the research, like if one person hears our discussions and goes, crap, really? Like, we need to change this. That's one more person that can help change the country in the right direction. And I'm okay with that. Because right now we're headed in a really, like you said, interesting direction. And the worst part is we got a trifecta. Which is really, 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 really scary. It's so terrifying. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I uh I can't wait to see I can't wait to see how much my paycheck gets dissipates and dissolves out of my account now starting next year because of all the cost of good increases. It's going to be fun. It's going to be real fun. Although a lot of people are happy this Black Friday, I guarantee it. People placing orders to buy computer stuff and all that now while it's cheap. Because, yeah, they already know what's coming. So if anybody wants that 4090 or whatever now's the time. Because it's only going to cost a lot more later. Graphics card. Or whatever numbers we're on now. People are actually like legit building. People are legit buying stuff right now because of tariffs, because they know what's coming. Like, I know people building PCs and things because now's the time to get it before tariffs ruin the cost of goods. Yeah, well, with anything, Randy, that's what I truly believe. I don't even think it'll be the end of next year, to be honest. Um, like it'll start next year, yeah. Like we'll be starting down that perfect storm path, but yeah, it probably won't be till the second half till we start seeing the true effects. Like maybe the end of the first quarter, but I'm thinking more middle to end of the second quarter. Cause it at the beginning it'll be, oh look, things went down, things are cheaper. Oh, see, he's doing great things right now. And then when it's about time to change over, like you getting in the middle to the end, it's like people are going to be hurting and they're going to be like, why? And they're going to get fed up. And then things are going to change over again to the other party. And it's just an endless cycle. It really is. Two sides of the same coin. Sadly. I wish it wasn't, but it is. But yeah, we're starting a reality show next year. Hope everybody's ready for it. We're calling it America 2 because we already had America, you know, with Trump's first term. So we're calling this America 2 as a full style reality show. If history is any indicator, no, they won't. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but they haven't learned. Or they let okay, maybe I shouldn't say, maybe that's not fair. Maybe I shouldn't say they haven't learned. Maybe I should say they're too honest. They want like, and I know that's funny sounding like about politicians, but they're not going to stoop to the levels that the other side will stoop to. That's probably the better way to word it. They'll play dirty, but they're not going to play that dirty. And that's their problem. Like they're not going to they need to like people legit join the far right because it makes money. Because they know that they can stir up fear mongering and talk about conspiracy theories and really dive into like people's emotions and make money off of it. And I don't feel like Democrats do that as much. So, yeah. But who knows? I think the only thing that's going to reign in the craziness is going to be the fact that the House and Senate is going to want to be reelected, and they're going to want to keep the majorities of both the House and the Senate. So they're not going to totally agree with the crazy stuff that's probably going to happen. But then again, I don't know. They could just be like, YOLO, he's going to serve he's going to serve for a third term. He's going to become our emperor and we're getting the Constitution totally out of here. But that remains to be seen yet. I don't know. That's one of those we got to wait for the we probably have to wait for the season finale to see how it all plays out. I don't know. But again, this is one of those comedy or tragedy situations. Do you look at it as a tragedy or do you look at it as a comedy because we're just dumb and we fell right for his lies? And this is going to be entertaining. And sadly, there's going to be so many victims, it's not funny. But what can you do? The country voted, and that's who they chose. Still trying to wrap my head around that one, but anyways. It is. Even if it is idiocracy, it's still democracy. But yeah. Yep, I know. I saw it. Who knows? Well, here's what blows my mind, right? He won fair and square. However, what was he crying about on early in the night about Pennsylvania? About how it was rigged and how they were cheating and all this stuff. And it's like, really, dude? But then he ends up winning Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know. I know. And you know what? Fake news and rigged sells, and his followers eat it up. That's the thing. It's literally you have to find what sells. Clearly, I haven't found what sells, right? Because y'all seen my revenue. Maybe I should just start yelling fake news and rigged, and I'll make more money. Or I just put my name in a Bible and sell it, right? That'd be okay. I can make some decent money on that. Yeah. At this point, I don't know what's worse, him at the helm or JD Vance. Oh, I don't know. I think one's just as bad as the other, to be honest. I think you're asking like Vance being worse, like which is the lesser of two evils. I don't really think there is one in that. Although at least it's not Vivek, because Vivek is just like on Trump's level, just a younger version. It's uncanny. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just waiting to see what this whole cabinet turns into. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, to be honest. I was getting close because it is getting late. It's got to be damn near 1:30 for Corvus, right? Mm. Um, did we survive though? Like, I feel like we regressed because I feel like I mean, yeah, technically. But who knows? Trump might start World War III and we might not be here anymore. Who knows? That would be some. Wouldn't that be some craziness? But then again, it could be one of he could do some great things. I have no clue. I don't foresee it, but what's up, Big Gamey? How are you? Almost the weekend. It is the weekend. Silly Jiffy. Silly Jiffy. Yeah, doing well. Just a little tired. Yeah, I guess technically it is Saturday, isn't it? Just talking the politics, the fun stuff. Which really wasn't even my intention tonight. I was actually all getting ready to play Myth of Empires, and then we got why can't it be both? Why can't politics be fun stuff? What do you mean? Or is that just me? I'm just the only one that thinks it's fun stuff. It's beer hour. See, you don't know me very well then. My two favorite topics to talk about are, are the two cliche topics that people tell you should always avoid: politics and religion. An indie game. I was considering at some point learning how to play. I mean, how to like make a video game. I thought about it. I really want to learn Unreal Engine, but I just haven't mustered up the motivation to try to learn it. Because legit, the amount of stuff I could do streaming wise in Unreal Engine would be freaking phenomenal. But I have to learn it, and it's intimidating. So I don't know. But then again, I remember when I first looked at OBS, how intimidating OBS first looked. So I went with Streamlabs. And worst decision I ever could have made. So I finally forced myself to learn OBS. And now I can do cool shit in it. It's great. code for Wolfenstein than makes Ender Doom. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know C++, but also remember, I did not know C# until I came across StreamerBot either. I don't know how I would feel. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Can I do like VTube stuff in Unity as well? Like if I want to build a model with like mocap tracking and stuff? Not that I'm going to do that. Not that I could do that, but you know, if it's an option. Because I know I can do that in Unreal. My own game engine. Do you just hate me or something? I don't even know how to make a game. Why would I make my own game engine? This guy. This guy. How oh, okay. I mean, how different is C++ from C sharp? Besides the fact that they broke the hashtag in half and then just set it beside each other. More high level and difficult. Okay, so compare C++ to, I don't know, say TypeScript. Because I've cussed out many of TypeScript code. Ah, gotcha. I was just curious. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't really have an I mean, the wacka politician's kind of funny idea, but I don't know. Hadn't really thought of anything that I'd want to make anyway. Yeah, that would be my big issue is like the art. Because I can't draw worth the shit, and if if I use AI art, then people will riot. Like I've been messing with Suno, and I'm terrified to use the audio from it because I'm like, while these songs sound really cool, people are gonna riot when they like hear AI music. Because there's still such a stigma around AI. It's insane. I'm like, why is it a problem? I mean, if it's you use it as part of your tool set, not as a crutch, then I don't see an issue with it. Especially if you can find ethically like um learned AI uh language models, then what's the issue? But people still take issue with it, so it is what it is. Hmm. Well, if you spent more time painting and composing music instead of washing your dishes and doing your laundry, then maybe you would be painting pictures and composing music instead of the AI doing it. Maybe the AI would have been washing your dishes and laundry if you had just taken the time to paint those pictures and compose that music. I don't know. I'm just throwing theories here, but I don't know. But anyway, dang it, I'm in a weird spot where I'm about to have an ad run. All right, let's just run the ad. This is annoying. I snoozed it 3 times already. God dang it. No worries. Have a good night, Randy. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, question. Do y'all have ads right now? Y'all probably don't have ads, do you? Or do you? Yeah, that's what I figured. The tag. That's why. So as of currently, the politics and sensitive social issues don't get ads fed to it. So if you don't want ads, just put politics and sensitive social issues and you won't have ads on your stream. Nice workaround, right? I should leave that tag. Although I don't know, I need my 34 cents. But yes, that's why like when I was showing my like the ad revenue, there were certain days that were zero because when we were talking politics like election night and all that, none of that had ad revenue at all because it was under that tag. So yes, it's very nice. Very nice. I wanted to snooze it because I'm trying to like end here soon. I didn't want to sit through ads, but I mean it's we're not sitting through ads, so that's good. Just sitting through music. But anyway, oh, you had ads? I'm surprised. I didn't really think anybody had ads on that tag. Yeah, the question too is, do I really want to learn like a whole other thing? Like I've learned how to code in like for StreamerBot. I've learned how to do TypeScript and JavaScript and all that stuff. So I really want to learn how to make a game. Would it be worth it? I mean, I guess I could always make like one of those little stupid games, right? Off a Godot engine or whatever, however you say it. Godot. Because that uses C# too, right? I mean, that's true, I guess. I don't know what I would want to get out of it though, other than learning it. I'm not saying I don't want to learn it. I'm just saying, yeah, that's what I was thinking. GD script. Yeah. I think that was what TD was doing his in, was GD script. And I was like, why? You have C#. Oh, I just want to learn. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Maybe I'll try my hand at it. I don't know. You know me. If I do it, I'm going to want to put some kind of like stream integration into it and all that stupid crap. And I know it doesn't have to be like perfect and great, because that comes with time, like making better games and stuff. But I don't know. I just don't know if it's for me or not. I still got other projects I got to work on that I have not touched. Hell, I paid $100 for a damn Apple developer account, and I've only done portions of that and haven't even finished it, which is annoying. Because they didn't make it simple. I have one because I'm trying to build something for StreamerBot using the Apple Music API. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to put together something with the Apple Music API. But the way they have it set up is super annoying because I have to have a dev key in order to access the API. But I can't give the dev key out. So I have to create my own API to access their API to protect the dev key from being read by the client, which is, yeah. And then the worst part is you can't even control the native player with their API, not on Windows. So I essentially would have to build out an entire like music app to use their API and then build StreamerBot integration into it, which is really dumb, but yep. Yeah, I mean, I've slowly gotten somewhere with it. I'm just not. Let's see. I haven't opened it up in a while. I've been avoiding it, if I'm being honest. I'm not going to get super into it, but where are you at? GitHub. Yes. Just connect your Twitch and it'll create, if you connect your Twitch, um it'll automatically create the subscriber role in tier 1, 2 and 3. And those are roles you can use. I have them enabled on my Discord, so like there's certain channels that subs can access. So terminal. So yeah, like server running. Did I change that? No. Oh, that's what I forgot. Apple Music version 1 because the URL returns. That's why. There we go. Endpoint doesn't exist. Did my key expire? God dang it. There's no way it's been 6 months already. 404 not found. Maybe the key did expire. Well, okay, never mind. I'll have to deal with that later. Interesting. I had to figure out how to generate the key too. That was the worst part because they don't give you an actual key. You have to create a freaking. I had to create a whole damn like script to create the key. But anyway, maybe tomorrow we'll actually play Myth of Empires. No, it doesn't sound like fun. It wasn't fun. I had to figure out so Apple token. So I needed to create this whole um keygen thing. So I had to create that script. So it would pull in this file and then create the tokens. And this was done 9/16, so September. No, it shouldn't be expired. Why in the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Uh, yes, terminate. I can do the port like that, right? No. Da, 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 da. Port 3000. I thought I could just do port like so. Huh. What in the world? Let's see if this works. Nope. Keeps trying to force 3,000. Okay. Well, never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. Whatever. This is a tomorrow problem or a later on today problem. Maybe I'll take a look at freaking Unreal Engine or something tomorrow. Who knows? Or maybe I just play Myth of Empires. I'll probably just play Myth of Empires. I was gonna try to do that tonight. I'm actually enjoying that game. I got a server set up, so whoever wants to join, let me know. If we get enough people, I'll probably pull out the Blade server and just move it over to that. But trying to get whoever's interested in playing it looks like a fun game. The more people you have with it, thinking if we got enough people, maybe do RP on it or something. We'll see. But anyway, it is late. It is time for me to go because I need to go to bed. I'm tired. I'm sitting here. My eyes are getting heavy. So thank y'all for hanging out. It was nice having to talk. More bandwidth to play games. Just steal it from TD. He'll be fine. He doesn't use it. I gotcha. Oh, yeah. No, I gotcha. I mean, if you ever get the bandwidth, you're more than welcome to join us. So, but yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. It's been a nice discussion. I've enjoyed it. Um, I will see y'all back here later on tonight. I was gonna say tomorrow, but hey, we're already in tomorrow. I've enjoyed the discussions. It's always fun to like talk about the stuff. Yeah, it is almost 1 a.m. But yeah, always fun to talk about some of the stuff. It's enlightening to see how things are different between countries and stuff like that. So I always enjoy it. Also, like I said, feel free to talk about it in the Discord too, because if I don't mind doing research on stuff and like putting stuff together and actually having like discussions about it because it is, I mean, I enjoy it. And maybe I'll do like I don't know, like a podcast type stream for us to have one stream where we just talk about that sort of stuff for those topics. So feel free to utilize the Discord for that. I hope everybody has a great weekend. I will see y'all back here tomorrow. And until next time, have a great one.